And I'm surprised my cats were able to bring her in because they're not that big of cats. And Mac Daddy's a fully grown human being, which is a lot taller than most cats. A lot. At least 1 foot taller. So what is happening? Well, I got about 4 hours of sleep. And then I woke up at 7 o'clock, basically on the nose. And went pee. Went back to bed, tried to go back to sleep, couldn't go back to sleep, so I got up. And now I'm asking the important question, what should Eric do today? Well, if you've been paying any attention at all, then you know that the first thing that Eric should do is to pull his morning bong rips. On my way home, rubbing and alone, rubbing in there, taking suburbia out to look for my spoon with Eddie Van Halen. Satan is everywhere. Hey baby, be nice to me, 'cause I sure could use some sympathy. I'm feeling too far from home, and I'm sending you this special poem. It's called Eddie Van Halen, sung by Corey. It's a really good song. It's not as good a track as it is a song. I find myself singing it periodically. All right, so smoke them if you got them. Really fond of this new lighter I got. It torches like horses. When you use their flaming hooves to torch something. So yesterday, after I stopped streaming, because of my technical difficulties, I actually fixed this. And that doesn't work again. Well, I thought I'd fixed it. I got it working again by putting acetone on this. You know, propane's very clean burning, but I guess it does leave some small amount of particulates. And the particulates are clogging up my torch. I need to get another regular sized torch, but in the meantime, I got this little lighter at the Bootjack Market, and so far I'm very pleased with it. So as far as chores go, I wouldn't say I really have a lot of chores to do at the moment because I tweaked that and cleaned the fuck out of this place last night. I vacuumed everything, put stuff away. It was like some kind of Annie Sullivan had come and taught the deaf, dumb, and blind kid Eric what water means. Mother, mother. Like that. Except instead of Annie Sullivan coming to my house, it was Speed. You know, if you've ever cleaned before, and also cleaned on Speed, then you know the second is so much preferable to the first. Okay, so you can't begin a morning with just one breath. You can't begin a morning with just one drop of pee in the toilet. So too, you can't begin the morning with just one bong rip. And what you'll note there is the second bong rip tends to go down a little easier than the first one. It's because the first one is the bong rip that gets your lungs up out of bed. They're still kind of drowsy, so they're tripping over the smoke, coughing up a storm. Yesterday was a good day, a good live stream, and a good use of amphetamine enthusiasms. I got my snowblower put away in the garage yesterday. I had to, like, unattach it, like, take off the handlebars and take off the shooter thing so that I could pack it in the cabinet underneath the toilet paper in the garage. Well, is that a garbage truck? I hope so. They didn't pick up the garbage yesterday, those tards. They're supposed to come on Monday. But they're a little hit and miss. If they just came on Tuesday and got the trash, I'll be surprised if that's all it took to get the trash picked up. Our local trash service people, Recology, they're pretty terrible. But, you know, it's better than driving our own trash to the dump. That's for sure. So, we went to the bong store in Oakhurst yesterday. That's where I got this bong. I like the bong store owner. The bong store owner there is kind of the stereotype of California. He would appear to be like Indian, Pakistani, something like that. And he's very much a schmoozer with the customers. Tries to like make friends with all the customers so that they'll come back to the store, right? And it's worked well for us because we have bong stores here in Mariposa, but we just wait till we go to the one in Oakhurst because we like that guy. Anyway, that guy has before told us, and told us again this time, that he has a friend who works as a park ranger for either Sierra National Forest or Yosemite National Forest, because they're both right around here, who looks exactly like Rachel. Like he trips out about it so much, how much his friend Vicky looks like Rachel. So, if you ever go to Yosemite or Sierra National Forest around Mariposa, and you see a park ranger who looks exactly like Rachel, don't be fooled. That's not Rachel. That's Vicky. never met Vicky, but we are hopeful that one time we go into the bong store down there, that Vicky will also be in the bong store, and we can see just how much they really do look alike. It seems very plausible to me that Rachel's doppelganger lives just down the road in Oakhurst. You know, you can spend your whole life looking for your doppelganger. But Rachel moved near to where hers lives, apparently. Which I think is pretty efficient. That's pretty good TE for Rachel. It certainly sounds like the garbage truck. Well, if it is, then I can retrieve the garbage cans and bring them back to the where we put the garbage cans in a little bit. And that'll be pretty exciting for you guys. It'll be like, oh my God, we're amazed by Eric all the time again. Observation conundrum. You look like a dog, but everybody's telling me you're a cat. Like that? Would that be an observation conundrum? I've observed you directly, and I've gained information about you from third parties. Now I find myself in a real conundrum. The conundrum is one of the least known or used instruments in a symphony orchestra. It's pitched lower than a timpani, but it's got a big wow, 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 wow sound to it. The conundrum. Doppelganger needs observation in order to be noted as real. Same with UFOs. Okay, well, but here's the thing, Jeremiah Fix. Observation has occurred. It just has occurred by the bong store owner, not by me and Rachel. The bong store owner is the missing observational link here. He's observed Vicky, we haven't observed her. He's observed Rachel, we have observed her. He knows Vicky and Rachel look super alike, but we can't confirm it, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been observed. It just was by the bong store owner. So, you might say, Eric, you can't trust that bong store owner's anecdotal tales. Well, that may be the case, Jeremiah Fix. That may be true. Okay. So, I had just a heck of a cleaning fest yesterday, and I'm proud as punch that I've successfully, I seem to have weeds stuck on my shoes walking around in this grass. Maybe what you're walking around isn't grass, but rather weeds. Thought about that? Maybe you've misidentified what you're walking around in. And then you're like, oh, I got all these weeds on my shoes. Even though I'm just walking around in grass. But what if that need of observation is an intentional metamechanic? You mean intended by God? The first commandment, observation, existentiality supervenes on observation. Commandment 1. Well, it really is the best argument in favor of something that one might call God, which is, namely, the thing that observes stuff before we do, such that stuff can exist far away, unobserved by humans. The only way things can exist far away unobserved by humans is if everybody's down with the DOG. I mean the GOD. I mean the GOD. I said that everybody's down with the DOG. I mean the GOG. I mean the GOD. Take a look, friends. Look at this new selection of woodland cutlets. Oh man, those birds are gonna be cutleting it up for ages. Let me look outside. They look like they maybe could use some more cutlets. Okay, but before I go put more cutlets, I need to go get my jacket on. And before I go get my jacket on, I need to finally, after many years of failure, get this goddamn cable less tangly. Because right now, this microphone cable is too tangly. So I'm going to do the following thing to untangle it. Okay. Now this isn't all twisted. I can just clip my lavalier mic to my beard like that. Isn't that convenient? You were in my wet dream, driving in my car. I was in your wet dream, driving in my car. Maybe, touching yourself, touching yourself, touching yourself, touching yourself. It's enough, it's enough, it's enough, it's enough to make a girl blush. Okay, there. Now we're ready to go. I've got my cable handled properly. I've got my microphone strapped to my beard in the most delightful fashion. And because of the coldness of the temperature outside, what I'm going to do additionally is put this jacket on. That Wet Leg song's really good. Okay, I'm gonna Velcro the rest of this cable to my belt loop. So hopefully I'm a little bit more efficient in my processes here. A little bit less of a TE turd. Wait, I didn't get it in there? I dropped another TE turd. Oh well, there we go. Now it should be fine. Yeah, I know. I bet male birds who know about this cutlet dispensary here, they try to impress chicks by bringing them here. Be like, I told you I was going to get you the fanciest cutlets in the forest. And she's like, oh my God, how did you find this place? What's going on here? It's like, I've never seen so many cutlets before. That's what she's going to be all like, if you know what I mean. And yeah, you do. You know exactly what I mean. There's no point in lying about it anymore. You've known what I've meant this whole time. And you've been playing dumb. But I'm here to tell you that I remain unfooled. Alright, next stop on our travels here is going to be doot doot. That's my train whistle. Next stop, the mantle, from which I will acquire these cigarettes and this lighter. Now, I'll put the cigarettes and lighter in my pocket. I will pour the rest of this peach kerns, into my remaining grapefruit juice, thereby empowering me to throw away this can and attend to it no further. I'll bring my drink with me because it's very, 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 very important to always have a drink with you. If you don't, children walking by might taunt. No drink, you've got no drink, no drink, you've got no drink, as children will or want to do. It's their habit. In an ideal world, sure, I'd use scissors to open this bag. But not everything is an ideal world, including right now. I was in your wet dream driving in my car. You think you're good enough to touching yourself. Okay. I used this knife instead of the surely preferable scissors that we can dream I gotten instead. But it'll always just be wishful thinking, and you'll always be a woman to me. That Billy Joel song, "You're Always a Woman to Me," nowadays it's hate speech. Because it's basically saying you can't become tranny. So that's why it's hate speech. Because it's hardly called if you want to. You're going to call him tranny, and then untranny, and then tranny again. That'll be fun for you. There you go, woodland friends. A full cup of cutlets straight to the wall. Take that straight to the dome, birds. You take those cutlets straight to the dome. You sup upon your cutlets like it ain't nobody's business. Okay? Woodland friends? That's what they're there for. Hey, neighbor. Good, how are you? Was that your husband playing the mandolin? Oh, great. Maybe next time I'll see if he wants some accompaniment. I play the guitar. Yeah. Oh, you play the cello. Do you have you talked to Les? Oh, do you play in the symphony orchestra? Okay, cool. All right, well let's try to jam out soon. All right, great, fantastic. That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, great, thanks. That's my neighbor who's married to the to the guy who was playing mandolin yesterday on the porch. That's Jeremy's wife. So not only does he play mandolin, but she plays cello. How great is that? The reason I asked about Les was because apparently in the YMSO, Yosemite Mariposa Symphony Orchestra, there's a desperate need for cellists. That's some early morning networking. Makes me glad I got up early and didn't go back to sleep. They've got a super cool dog. That's peach currants plus a little bit of the grapefruit juice I didn't finish from when I filled that cup up last time. It gives the peach currants a good zest to it. Yes, woodland friends. Yes. Sup upon the cutlets. It would be great if we could do a version of some of my songs with mandolin and cello under them, along with the guitar, you know. That would be great. I should maybe print out the comp papers for a couple of songs and see if if they'd be down and running through them with us. I'd love to play an open mic, with our neighbors and us. That would be fantastic. How fun would that be? How magical would that be? Doing an open mic with my neighbors. Mariposa does have those kind of things periodically, open mics and stuff. They had at the county, the Butterfly Festival, but we weren't quite ready to. It was too short notice. I wasn't spiritually prepared to throw into practice mode and then actually play a performance in front of a large number of people, because that Butterfly Festival was packed. It was packed like a can of sardines. It was packed, stacked, and ready to get fact. I dropped that cigarette butt over there. It's unfortunate. Well, I guess there's not really anything to be done about it, except to walk over here and pick it up. And I got apply this ashtray that I moved to right there. A few more cigarette butts that went astray. They began to lead a life of crime. So I had to put them over there. And I blame corporations mostly for leading my cigarette butts astray. Before I emptied that ashtray, it was the worst example of an ashtray that has so many cigarettes stuffed into it that you cannot even stuff one more cigarette into it. Okay, now I've got to go. Now I got to go outside and retrieve my cutlet cup to put next to the cutlets, or else it'll blow off of this at some point, probably. I don't want to go chasing my cutlet cup all around the yard. Not that we really have a yard. We don't have any front or back lawn or anything like that. This isn't that kind of neighborhood. Nobody has a yard for sale. Per se. A yard per se. They just have land around them with trees on it and stuff. And if they're super lucky like us, I have a beautiful little stream that runs down in the little culvert down there. That's the womandolin. She's actually the cello player. The dude is the mandolin. This little microphone came unclipped from my beard. No, dummy, like that. Yeah. This is how, news reporters should do it, too. That's right, Bob. I'm here at the DMV where protesters are complaining about a recent hike to car registration costs. I made a Mindy's Club video at the DMV. Tiffany asked me, she's like, why are I over at the DMV, Tiffany? Why did I have a dollar? They make your car more expensive. That was a good, a good video. Because if you think about it, if it was voluntary, nobody would pay hundreds of dollars for one of those stickers on the back of your car. I don't care how shiny they are. Nobody's going to say, yeah, I want to pay like $350 to get a sticker from the DMV and also a piece of paper. Who wants to pay that money for that? I could get a sticker and a piece of paper someplace else for a lot cheaper. Unfortunately, apparently, according to like the police and stuff, you can't just like make your own sticker. You can't just make up your own paper. You have to get it from the DMV. Well, my sticker is even better than those other stickers. I even made it the same color as everyone else's. Yeah, well, that's why we're pulling you over. You can't just paint the square on your license plate yellow and assume you're registered. But this year's color is yellow. I don't think you're getting the point. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty stoked about that happening genuinely. I'm glad to know that they know Les as well, and that Les has recommended them to play shows and stuff places. That's great, you know. Sounds like they're down to perform. Because we could put together a set of 8 songs or something, original songs, that we could perform as Talking with Famous People band. There'd be 2 ladies and 2 dudes. That's like 2 couples. A 2-couple band would be unusual, I think. But I think Rachel will be excited to know that when she wakes up. And Les is coming to our wedding. I don't know if I mentioned that. Those 2 are invited too. I don't know their email address, so I think I'll just write down an invitation on a piece of paper or something. Because unlike wedding invitations, you don't have to use the DMV to make a piece of paper. So it just costs a cent instead of $350. We are in Streamy Week, Boba Fett. But you know what's interesting? And I think a good sign for my general well-being and a good sign for those who like a lot of streams is that I've been streaming all week without any speed. So obviously I'm starting to feel like my core strength is returning. So just due to the fact that I do a lot of sit-ups, a lot of core work, you know. Like, I'll go to a karate gym and have all the karate people punch me in the stomach over and over again to make it tough, you know. Now, anytime somebody tries to punch me in the stomach, they break their hand on my incredibly steely abs. So it's paid off. It has definitely paid off. So, nobody's answered the question, what should Eric do today? Should I paint? Should I get up on a ladder and paint? Should I get up on a ladder and vacuum those waspitoriums over there that I could do, potentially? I think that's what I should do. I think I should go vacuum a couple of waspitoriums. I know last time I did that, well, at its peak, I had 10,000 viewers. It was so compelling. The chat was crazy. Everyone's saying, like, oh my God, wasps. Or, oh my God, vacuum cleaner. Usually, most of the comments were that. One of those 2 things. You saw a newly painted wasp nest outside of Kara's yesterday? A newly painted one? You know, wasps, I don't normally think of them as doing such good upkeep of their waspitoriums. But I guess LA wasps are a little bit more snooty. They want to have their waspitoriums newly painted. And Cameron, in case you missed it yesterday, I have eliminated the words wasp nest right next to each other. From now on, they're called waspitoriums. Wasp nest is too hard to say. So I got some more gray stuff chipped off of the wall last night, Cameron. I'm making pretty good progress on that. But, you know, I still have a lot of gray stuff to chip off. I was thinking yesterday that I wanted to squirt that wall with a hose. Pressure washing people's properties seems like such a satisfying way to get paid. I'm thinking about getting a pressure washer too. No cap, as the young people say. Well, I've been thinking about it. I've been using my thinking brain to consider it. Oh, they painted over it. I see. They didn't take it down. They just painted over a wasp's nest? What were they thinking? Those are some half-assed painters, huh? Man. Someone should go out there and say, "Hi, don't you guys paint over this auditorium? You have to destroy it with all of your fury." Okay, well, let's get cereal. Let's not fuck around. Let's go out to the front of the garage and let's get a ladder and let's do a little waspitorium scouting, okay? We're going to scout the waspitoriums. We're going to get the ladder. We're going to get the garage door up. Read 100 books this year. I don't really read a lot of books anymore. I did read a couple books recently, but not that many. Quote unquote professionals did the painting, huh? Well, professional crappie painters, more like it. Okay, so let's go here to the garage. To remind you, the waspitoriums we're after are right up there. I could, if I went through that thing, that grate thing, from inside the attic, then I could presumably get that way. But the problem is that I have to take off a couple things up in that thing, and I don't feel like doing that. All right. Which ladder should I use? Wow, this, unfortunately, only one ladder will do. This is a job for Mr. Big Ladder. It's so big that even when it's put down all the way, it touches the ceiling of the garage. Okay, now we'll bring Mr. Big Ladder out over here. As you see, I still have packing tape on it from when I moved. But the good, oh, you can't see that. But the good news is I have my knife in my pocket. Got off of there. Okay. The next thing we have to do is put the camera so you can see. And I need to unleash myself all of my cord linkage. Unleash my cord linkage right now. That means undoing this from this. Pew. And then just let the walls come tumbling down. As per that whole Jericho thing. Just throw that trash right there for it. Okay. That's not really an ideal place for it to be. Let me try it over here. All right, that's a good place for it to be. There's the ladder. Now, I think I'm going to try just getting them with this. Okay, I did it. I got the wasps and I made them die. Yeah, I did it. I did it. Well, I'll push some seeds over there a little bit. All these seed shells. This is the cost of doing business in the woodland cutlet markets. Okay. Now let's put this back in the garage. I don't think my cable's going to be long enough for this excursion. Alright, I have to take my mic off for a second. Okay. So I put the snowblower away yesterday. Finally. After a long time of not putting the snowblower away. Now, let's look over here at the cat box. Because I have not yet cleaned it this morning. And knowing my cats and their enthusiasm for going to the bathroom, I'm sure there's 100 poops and 100 pees in there. There's a pee. Just one pee and no poops? Wow. I guess I've been staying on top of this a little bit more than I expected. I guess that's what happens when you go to bed in the middle of the night and clean the box before you go to bed. Then there's not as many poops and pees in it as there would otherwise be. I also want to do a little dust panning down here because I don't know if you can see it, but there's a lot of what can broadly be called dust, but it's more appropriately called cat litter. Nevertheless, a dust pan is fine for getting cat litter. It's not just for dust. It's not a dust-only pan. It's a dust and assorted non-such, which means examples of nonsense. Sweep, sweep, sweep goes the sweeper. Sweep it into a little pile. Sweep, sweep, sweep. And then you sweep it into this, and you put it into there. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep. I wipe all that shot. That's where I spilled cat litter when I go to throw it away, I guess. A lot of little dust in here. I just vacuum those little dusts. Sit up. Vacuum. Sweep. I sweep those little dusts. Okay. So, now that I'm done doing that, let's go outside for a cigarette. You wanna? Of course you do. It's like your favorite activity. Okay. There's a beautiful little stream down there. Trickle, trickle, trickle goes a beautiful little stream. All right. You guys keep an eye on the stream. Keep an eye out for Sasquatches, of course, as always. Anytime I'm away from the camera, you who are here are responsible to see any Sasquatches that might trespass. So don't take your eyes off the screen for a minute I'll be right back. Well, what have we here? I noticed when I walked inside to retrieve my drink, and someone said, it looks cold there. It's actually not very cold right now. It's 47 degrees. But it feels warmer than that to me. I don't know, I guess I've gotten acclimated to the weather up here and the temperatures and stuff, but it doesn't really feel like 47. Compared to what 47 felt like in LA, you know? 47 in LA was frigid cold. There's no way I would even consider like going outside without multiple jackets. But 47 up here doesn't feel so cold. It's because it's a dry cold. No, it's pretty humid, Tiffany, actually. At least right now. That's because it's a what's cold. I'm so happy our little stream is still going. You know, I've been keeping a steady eye on all the little streams around here, and they're all petering out pretty relatively soon, within a month or so probably. All the streams around here won't, just in this little Mariposa Pines area, I mean, won't really be flowing anymore, I don't think. Like, this will probably be dried up in a month. Because these aren't year-round rivers or streams right here, except for like the main one that goes out underneath the Dar Road Bridge. Like, that probably has some water in it most of the year. Maybe it'll have water in it all year this year, but the closest real river is the Merced River, which is where Rich and I went fishing one day in the Bagby Recreation Area, it's called. And that river is so swollen with waters. It's swollen with the clear blue waters of Yosemite. As that river gets fed by all the the waterways in Yosemite. So it's never completely dry, that river. I mean, maybe in super drought years, but when we came up this fall to look at this place in general, like Mariposa, we went to that Bagby recreation area, and there's still some water in the bottom of it. But it may have been after the first storms of the fall, so I'm not sure. There may have been a time when it didn't have any water in it. You want to come outside, Mr. Man? You can come outside. It's nice out. It's as nice as rice. Okay, well, now I'm sitting in a chair. I could put the phone this way. She could see me, I guess. But, you know, I'm not that pleasant to look at, really, so. They're like, oh, turn it around again. What are you doing? There's trouble. He did want to come outside. Oh, Mr. Man. What a handsome guy. Yes. What a handsome Mr. Man. You are the kitty of my life. Oh, because you'll always be around. He's a cat adventurer, having a cat adventure outside today. He's gonna look around and walk around and maybe stalk some prey. His tail's always swishing. I think maybe Trouble would like to go on the RuPaul's Drag Race. He's already had his testicles removed, so it gives him a leg up in the competition, I think. And he's got a great saunter. I wonder if you have to actually be a drag queen to go on the RuPaul's Drag Race. I would like to go on the RuPaul's Drag Race, but I don't want to shave my beard or anything. I just dress up in a dress and saunter down the runway. And if they don't let me on the RuPaul's Drag Race, I'll complain about discrimination. Yeah, I come into this competition with zero drag experience, but a willingness to learn. Maybe that's the thing that will finally launch me into the stratosphere of popularity. Is I will go on the RuPaul's Drag Race and everyone will vote for me. They'll say, Eric, you're the best one on the RuPaul's Drag Race. And RuPaul will pat me on the bust and say, good job, sister. Like that. And when I'm on the RuPaul's Drag Race, I'm going to get all of my clothes from Especially Yours, the catalog that Rachel received yesterday. I made a new backyard ashtray last night because I have one on the deck over there. I got one in the front, but I didn't have one back here that was good enough. So I'll show you what I did. I took a litter. I took a kitty litter jug and I burned a hole in the top of it. It's just cigarette sized. I put a bunch of water in it, and I just fill that up with cigarette butts. That container's inoffensive enough looking, you know. I obviously normally don't like to use plastic containers to make ashtrays out of because it'll burn through the side of the container. But that one's so big, and I filled it up with so much water that it shouldn't be a problem for a long time. The name for that show is Bad and Disappointing. The RuPaul's Drag Race. Well, at least it's not Tyler Perry's The RuPaul's Drag Race. Then is all ice liquid water? Because then that would make sense. If all water is ice, then all ice should be water. Do you guys think I do well on the RuPaul's Drag Race? I've never actually watched it before. But I'm assuming they saunter down the runway. I'm pretty sure that's what they mean by race, is runway race. It's not a race to get to the edge of the runway fastest. It's a race to saunter the best. I mean, is the RuPaul's Drag Race essentially just a sauntering contest? What else do they do on that show? They like, you have 30 minutes to get your hair and makeup ready. Go. And then all the guys are like, let me put this wig on and let me put some rouge on my cheeks and some lipstick. And I can get Delilah to come in and do my eyelashes. Apparently she's an expert at getting people's eyelashes done. Meow. Oh, Meowsington, surprise. You're such a surprising Meowsingtons. And Daddy loves you. And Daddy knows. You believe they stay? Oh, they slay. Is there explicitly a fierceness competition? Or really, is that another way of saying sauntering competition? Do you just, well, you can display fierceness in ways that aren't sauntering, like, oh no. Oh no, you didn't. No, you did not. That could be bringing the sleigh without sauntering. I just know for sure that ferocity is a key to success in the RuPaul's Drag Race. The fiercer you are, the more likely you are to win. What do you win if you win RuPaul's The Drag Race? I like to put it in the title. It makes me laugh. I guess I started to put the "the" in it when I made this joke to, it wasn't even a joke, it was just a simile. I said to Delilah about something, I don't remember what it was. Maybe myself. As fierce as a competitor on the RuPaul's Drag Race. And she laughed a lot. So since then, I've been calling it the RuPaul's Drag Race. In order to win, I'm going to need to get some big fake boobs. This big. And then I'll have an advantage over the other girls in the competition. It'll be like, look at my massive boobs. it'd be some insert thing. I'm obviously not going to get a boob job just for the RuPaul's Drag Race, but like balloons or something, you know. So like what competitions are there in that show besides just walking down a runway? Do they have like hair and makeup competitions? Do they have choose your outfit, who chooses wisely competition? Do they have hide your junk competition? Who can hide their junk best? What do they do on that show? I'm curious. Nobody's answering my questions either. There's 13 people here. 13 lazy people who won't answer my question. I want to know, without Googling it myself, what do they do on the RuPaul's Drag Race? Like, how do you prove you're the best drag queen? Do you have to do a Liza Minnelli song? Do you think Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz is a popular drag queen outfit? Because from what I understand, I'm not sure if it's the drag queens, but the homosexuals, they're really like Judy Garland. But I think that might also be drag queens. I'm not quite sure why they like Judy Garland so much. Like, why do gay people like Judy Garland? And is it true that every single homosexual likes Judy Garland? And that, in fact, if it's an if and only if proposition, if you like Judy Garland, you're gay, and if you're gay, you like Judy Garland? Is it biconditional like that? Inquiring minds want to know. Nobody's answered any of my questions about the previous question I had about RuPaul's Drag Race, and nobody's answered any of my questions about why homosexuals like Judy Garland. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Judy Garland. You know, I think she did an excellent job in The Wizard of Oz. And I find it amusing and titillating, I guess, that for that movie, because Judy Garland, I don't know if she was 18, but she was already developed quite a bit. They taped down her boobs with like packing tape every day. And she had to go, "Oh, Toto, my titties are taped so flat to my chest." If I had been back there during the time of the making of The Wizard of Oz, that would have been my job. My job would have been to tape down Judy Garland's tits every day. Here you go, Judy. A little tape there, a little tape there. There you go, flat as a board. This really hurts. Hey, there's no business like show business. Now get out there and do this for 12 hours. "Oh, Toto, I just know the Cowardly Lion will get some courage." "What do you want, Tin Man?" "I want to watch Eric untape your titties after we're done." That's what the Tin Man said in the original cut, but they had him redo the line. Everybody on set laughed, except Judy. I had to go check, of course, between every scene. I had to go there and reach down the front of her Kansas dress and make sure her tits were still flat. Because they didn't want to do anything weird in a movie, like have a teenage girl have breasts. That's the character, of course. I Pretty sure Judy Garland was an adult when she made that. Yeah, well, Wizard of Oz Drag Race should be a show where big-titted women compete to look most like a man. And, uh, and of course, the only qualified boob tapers are all male. So, you know, I won't be able to be a boob taper on that show because now I have Rachel, whereas back when I was making The Wizard of Oz, I was single. But, you know, it becomes really clinical after a while. You're just like, okay, gotta make these big old bouncing titties just look like nothing. Just start pushing it down and taping it. It's packing tape. And then I usually, with a Sharpie, draw a little heart around her nipple. She'd object, but I'd say, oh, Judy, just shut up and let me tape down your boobs. So I guess apparently one of the last things that she did in her career was to audition to go on the RuPaul's Drag Race. But they said, sorry, taping down your titties doesn't qualify you as a drag queen. And that's when Judy Garland died. A lot of people say of a broken heart. And then Liza Minnelli, she gave birth to Liza Minnelli one day. It's not weird as long as you enter the room snapping and flipping your hair back and then go, Yas Queen. What does Yas Queen mean? Yas Queen sounds like the name of a woman's basketball player. The ocean is a lot closer to where we are in Los Angeles than where we were in Los Angeles than where we are now, for sure. We are, you know, probably we could get to the water, the ocean in 2.5 hours. We went directly to the closest bit of ocean. But Oakland, which is right on the ocean, is 3 hours away. Well, you know, humankind has directed a lot of energy towards the question of what should we do about those titties. And if you look at the Williams sisters playing tennis, you know that their titties needed every bit of high-tech support that the bra industry could muster. If it weren't for those powerful sports bras, the Williams sisters would never have been successful at tennis. Every time they run over to get a ball, their titties would have flung so much this way they would fall over. And they wouldn't have been able to succeed in tennis. So that's why big titties are great. All titties are great, really. But, you know, since you can only have one pair of titties, I went ahead and got the best pair. You know, might as well, I figure. It's pretty cool being a 52-year-old man with a 38-year-old wife, you know. 38 might sound old to you if you're like 22 or something. But she's young and hot compared to me. For a 52-year-old man, she's always going to be young and hot compared to me. She's 14 years younger, you know. I do have a daughter, comma, but ... That would be a good shirt for me to wear so that people know that Rachel's not my daughter. This lady's not my daughter. She's 38 years old. So, naturally, I fuck her. With my penis. We didn't know how to do any stuff like that for a while, but finally I found my 5th grade health textbook, and the instructions were clear. Rachel needed to lie down and spread her legs, and I needed to insert my penis in her woman hole. And we did that. We sat there for like an hour, and nothing happened. So, I don't know. I left it in there the whole time. I thought that was supposed to make a baby. Instead, we both just got tired of it after a while. But we'll figure this sex thing out before long. I'm confident. We're making a lot of progress. When we first tried it, I tried to put my penis in her armpit. But she kept going, ow, ow, ow. And I also kept going, ow, ow, ow. Because I couldn't get it to go all the way in there, I guess. The next time we tried to have sex, she tried to put her shoe on her vagina and tie it around her waist with the laces. I said, well, why are you doing that? She says, more mobility. I've learned things from Naked and Afraid. The first thing you should do is you put on shoes. Then I put a shoe on my penis, and we kicked each other's shoes for a while, but nothing happened. No baby yet, you know. But we'll keep trying to figure it out. One time I thought we were totally succeeding in having sex. Then I realized, wait a second, I'm just going pee in the toilet. The whole thing's pretty confusing to me. I know it involves my penis somehow, but, and it's something supposed to come out. So far, all I get to come out of it is pee. And obviously, you know, neither Rachel nor I want pee on us, but so I just pee in the toilet like always. I push her stork button. I've pushed it on a number of occasions. Just it's supposed to summon the stork, I guess. So far, no luck. I'm hoping for a beautiful, bouncing baby boy. 17 pounds, 6 inches long. 17 pounds. I mean, 16 inches long. And the doctors at first confused his penis for his left leg until they realized, wait, he's got 3 legs. They're all the same length. That's how hung my bouncing baby boy will be. Oh, is that how you make a baby? You have to pee in her butt? Huh. I don't think I could pee in her butt because her butthole would block the way. It would clench its little mouth shut and say no, because even your butthole doesn't want pee in it. Anyway, I'm thinking about calling my fifth grade health teacher and asking him the questions I wish I had asked back then. Of course, the problem was back then they put me in the girls' health class. And for a lot of years, I thought one of my main problems was I hadn't started menstruating yet, and couldn't figure out what was taking so long. Then there was a stretch of time where I thought I was menstruating because I figured I might not be able to see any of the blood. It might be invisible, so I started wearing Always with Wings to be safe. But after a few years of that, I determined, no, I don't think there's any invisible blood. So I still wear Always with Wings, of course, because I've just gotten so used to them and I feel naked without them. CJ's still awake? Yes, we are back. And I can't believe you're still awake because I've been to sleep. I slept with 4 hours worth of sleep. I slept a good 4 hours worth of sleep, which is like basically a full minimum night's sleep. 4 hours is the minimum. Here, Lamb makes a good point. If bras didn't exist, then the Williams sisters, in order to win at tennis, would have to play topless and use their titties to hit the tennis ball with. If I were a tennis coach, the first thing that I would train my tennis players to do is to make the same sound that Monica Seles made every time she hit the ball. Eh! 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 If you ever watched a Monica Seles tennis match, you could probably find highlights of it, even, like Monica Seles' grunts. I think the reason a lot of tennis players lose is they don't make that sound when they hit the ball. Doesn't matter if you're a girl or a guy. Every time you hit the ball in tennis, you should make this sound. Eh! And it'll improve your game by at least 3 strokes. Wait, that's golf. Golf's, yeah, she got stabbed by a crazy Martina Navratilova fan. So weird. So horrible. She never really played tennis again after that. Gabriella Sabatini for the win. You know what? I must remember this tennis player because that name sounds hot. Let me Google this chick, Gabriella Sabatini. Argentine tennis player. Images. Hi, I'm Gabriella Sabatini from Argentina. Do Cry For Me, Argentina was the title of the most recent what's it called? Naked and Afraid. Because they put them where? In Argentina. And guess who was on the most recent episode of Naked and Afraid? Rachel from Naked and Afraid of Love, which Rachel Lapalosa and I watched in order to try to do some typology stuff with. But the show got to be pretty bad. I couldn't keep watching it. It was just like, oh. Anyway, Rachel, the girl who was on Naked and Afraid of Love, was paired with this big, strong man guy, right? And he had purposely like put on weight in anticipation of the challenge. And it was freezing cold in Argentina where they were. and he tapped. Well, they started the show, and they sort of made a pact. Okay, if you don't tap, I won't tap. No doubt about it. You don't know anything about her except that she was played tennis around the same time. Well, that's setting a death flag for sure. And sure enough, after 6 days, the big strong guy, he taps out. And then Rachel has to stay there the whole rest of the time by herself. And she was tough as fuck. It's like she wasn't really good at survival skills of any sort, but she just toughed it out and was just like, I am not quitting, I'm not quitting. She made it all 21 days. I was very impressed. Where are my tennis girls at? Um, there's one tennis player who's like famous for being hot, and her name is it's like Shostakovich or something, but that's not it, obviously. Who's that blonde tennis player who's famous for being hot? Who is that blonde tennis player who is famous for being hot? Actually, there's a wonder list that says top 10 hottest female tennis players in the world. Let's look at the list. This is, I guess, all time. Number 10, Karolin Wozniacki, who's Polish. Number 9, Daniela Hantuchova, who's from Slovakia. Number 8, Maria Kirilenko, who's Russian. Number 7, Dominika Cibulkova, who's Czechoslovakian. Number 6, Ashley Harkleroad, who's American. Number 5, Sonia Mirza, who's Indian, from India. Number 4, Eugene Bouchard, who's Canadian. Eugenie. Oh, Eugenie. I was going to say Eugene's a boy's name. It's Eugenie. Number 3, Anna Ivanovic, is Serbian. Number 2, this is the one I was thinking of, Anna Kournikova. No tennis hot list is complete without the girl who isn't known particularly well for her tennis, but more for being hot. That's why I think she's funny. And then number 1 is Maria Sharapova. Sharapova is Russian, and she's currently ranked number 3 in singles titles. Interesting. Rachel and I had a lot of fun watching the end of the USC UCLA women's beach volleyball game, which was also the national championship game for women's beach volleyball. And UCLA came in ranked as the top team in the country and advanced to the finals. And USC was a 3 seed and advanced to the finals. And USC beat them in 3 sets, and USC won the national championship for the 3rd year in a row in women's beach volleyball. And interestingly, I guess it hasn't been a sport that long, but all of the national championships that have been won in women's beach volleyball at the collegiate level have been won by either USC or UCLA. Isn't that interesting? So this other list has Nicole Gibbs at number 2, and she's born in 93, so she's 8 years younger than Rachel. She's 30 now. Number 3 has Anna Kournikova on this list. Number 4 has Alizé Cornet. Alizé Cornet. My name is Alizé Cornet, and I am from France. Number 5 has got Anna Ivanovic, like the other list had that girl too. This list has, number 6 is Alina Svitolina, who's Ukrainian. Number 7, Katie Bolter. Number 8 has that Eugenie. Number 9, Sabine Lisicki, German. This also has the Indian lady Sania Mirza at number 10. 11, Laura Robson. Never heard of any of these people. Alize Lim. Ashley Harkover, who's on the other list. Wang Qian. Wang Qian does not look that attractive. I just looked at her. No, I'm not saying, neither does a lot of these, but Dominika Sibukova. I'm just interested in the list. Fanny Stoller. Fanny Stoller is attractive. She's from Hungary. Problem with people from Hungary is you got to constantly feed them. 17 is Carolina Pliskova. 18 is Maria Karolinko. 19 is Chichi Billis. And 20 is Caroline Wozniacki. She's attractive. Danish American, who's been ranked as high as number 1. Emma Raducanu. I thought she was attractive when she won that, I guess it was Wimbledon. I thought, that's a cute girl. To Svetlana Perankova and Tamira Pazak round out this list of 20. Oh no. Mandy Manella. She's not attractive. Daniela Hantuchova. Not very attractive. Layla Annie Fernandez. She's fine looking, I guess. Camilla Giorgi, not very attractive. A lot of these chicks have this kind of TE look to them. Sorana Churstia. Yeah. Paula Badosa. No, too manly looking. Alona Bondarenko. Okay, she's attractive. Number 30. Why would they put her at 30? Should have put her a lot higher up than that. She's born a year before Rachel. She's 39. So anyway, that's my survey of hot tennis players. You know, the thing is, a lot of them just look like pretty athletic looking, you know, which they tried to throw in an Asian girl. Well, that's the best one they could come up with, probably. I do like tennis, but I'm not very knowledgeable about it. Like, I didn't recognize hardly any of those names, you know. My dad was really into tennis, and so that got me kind of watching tennis some more the last few years, but you know, I like to watch the big tennis tournaments, like Wimbledon, if it's in the quarterfinals or the semifinals or finals. I'm not so into it that I'll watch early rounds of tennis. And, well, but of course, it's like any sport. If you come across it and it turns out to be a really good match, then it's super compelling. You go like, oh my God. But this is eating popcorn, by the way. Like, how compelling was it that one time at Wimbledon when the two guys had the longest tennis match in history, so they changed the rules so it could never happen again? It took up one full day, and parts of 2 other days. It was like John Innes or something like that versus, I forget the other guy, but I'll look it up. The longest tennis match in history. That was nuts. When that was going down, I was tuned in and just like, I watched not the whole thing, obviously, because who started at the beginning of that? You started watching it when it was crazy, already crazy longer than anything before. You go, okay, I gotta start watching this now, and then it still went on for so much longer. That was just bonkers, and that's the thing that sports can offer that like other things have trouble offering, which is, you might see something absolutely insane that never has happened before, kind of shit, right? So anyway, longest tennis match. It was an 11-hour, 5-minute match that, as I said, was broken into parts of 3 days. It was contested over 3 days between John Isner and Nicholas Mahut at 2010 Wimbledon. This cookies thing said, it was funny the way they had it done. It said, "Are you happy to accept cookies?" And then its two options said, "Yes, I am happy," and "No, I am not happy." That's pretty crazy that they did that. The longest tennis match was famously played between John Isner and Nicholas Mahut in the first round at Wimbledon. Well, Eisner eventually won 6-4, 3-6, 6-7, 7-6, 70-68. 70-68. In a match that lasted 665 minutes. Eisner, who started on June 22nd, played 4 sets, and then play was halted due to a lack of light. The following day, they began their long vigil in the 5th set, relentlessly holding their serves before play had to be suspended again due to no light, stretching the match to an unprecedented 3rd day. It was such an unexpected occurrence that the electronic scoreboard stopped working at 47-47 in the 5th set, and it had not been programmed to keep scores beyond that point. Eisner and Mahut kept playing on June 24th, serving over 100 aces each and holding serve for an incredible 168 consecutive games through the match. The American eventually prevailed, holding serve in the 137th game of the 5th set, and then broke Mahut in the 138th to prevail in the marathon match and progress to the second round. The 5th set alone lasted 8 hours and 11 minutes for one set of tennis. That's fucking nuts. Eisner bowed out in the second round to Thiemo de Baker in a straight sets, clearly feeling the after effects. And they changed the rules. Earlier, the rules stated that the final set in Grand Slams would be played until any player had won 2 more games than his opponent, with a minimum of 6 games to be won, barring the U.S. Open, where a tiebreak has always been used to decide the final set. However, new scoring systems have been put in place at different Grand Slams now. The Australian Open, in case the final set is tied at 6-6, a super tiebreak, first player to reach 10 points, is employed to determine the winner. At Wimbledon, rules now dictate that a tiebreak will be played if the final set is tied at 12-12, while the French Open still follows the older system. Well, so you could still have that long of a match at the French Open, but it seems unlikely that anybody will ever match that. John Isner features twice in the list of top 10 longest matches. In the 2018 Wimbledon semis, Isner lost to South Africa's Kevin Anderson 6-7, 7-6, 7-6, 4-6, 24-26 in a match that lasted 6 hours and 36 minutes. It was the fourth longest match in tennis history and the second longest in the Grand Slams. The longest doubles match ever played was 7 hours and 2 minutes, 6-4, 5-7, 6-4, 6-7, 24-22. But all of those pale. Like the next closest thing is 4.5 hours shorter than John Isner beating Nicholas Mahut. 4.5 hours longer than second place. How crazy is that? Tennis can be cool to watch. I am into a lot of different sports. I like any sport. I like any really good game. So it doesn't matter what your sport is. If this is the championship of your league's thing, and I happen to stumble across it, and it turns out to be an intense game, both teams are really playing well, then I'm going to be interested in watching it because it has its own authentic suspense and reality to it that other kind of things don't have. Mindy's Clubanova. It made the number one slot on hottest tennis players. It's just Tiffany with her one arm because they wanted to include somebody with one arm to show that they're diverse. I don't have one arm. I have two arms. I just wanted them to find some love. No Penis Williams. Penis Williams is not going to make a list of the hottest tennis players. Let's just deal with that right now. Just to be fair, I'm also going to do the hottest male tennis players. Hottest male tennis players. All right. Here we have 15 hottest male tennis players. Okay. 15. Michael M-M-O-H. Momo. Michael Momo. He's American. He's going like this in the picture. Okay. Who's next? Djokovic. They put Djokovic at 14. Novak Djokovic. He just looks like a regular guy. Alexander Zverev. Z-V-E-R-E-V. It sounds like a prescription drug name. Okay, he's attractive. I could see why people would think he's very attractive. Vasek Pospisil is Canadian. He's attractive. He's got that all-American, even though he's Canadian, he's got that all-American next-door neighbor boy look to him. Number 11, Rafael Nadal. Come on. Rafael Nadal just looks like a regular guy. Number 10, Matteo Berrettini. No, I don't want your stupid thing. Okay. He looks like just a regular Italian guy. Denis Shapovalov. Denis is Canadian. He's handsome, I guess. Francis Tiafoe. He looks like the guy who played Benson on Benson. Number 7, Gregor Dimitrov from Bulgaria. Yeah, I guess he's attractive, but he's got kind of that same kind of TE Dom look that a lot of the chicks have. Number 6, Fabio Fognini. He looks like he slays a lot of puss. He's got that kind of ESFP sup look to him. Number 5, Feliciano Lopez. He looks very much like a Spanish guy. Number 4, John Eisner. Oh, come on. He just looks like a dork. Number 3, Andreas Seppi. He's got that kind of chiselly Scandinavia face, but there's something about his eyes that make him look a little bit like a girl. Number 2, Stefanos Tsitsipas. 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 Stefanos Tsitsipas. According to some of our teams, Stefanos has the most handsome face of any man ever played tennis. No, he does not. He's not even handsome. Number 1, Fernando Verdasco. He just looks like somebody's uncle on a boat. I don't know. The most attractive guy in this list is definitely where is he? This guy. Vasek Pospisil. Vasek Pospisil is the hottest guy on this list, and he's at number 12. They should have put him at number 1. He is clearing away the best one. The only other real competition is the 13, Alexander Zverev, Zverev. He's also attractive, but if I had to take it up the butt from either 13 or 12, I think I'd probably choose 13. He's got a trustable face. Alexander Zverev, I don't know. I think he maybe has angry sex. So that's my fairest fair. That's my fairest fair assessment of the hottest chicks and dudes in tennis. Now let's do golf, okay? Hottest lady golfers. Then we'll do hottest male golfers. Okay. This one's of 2023. Let's go ahead and do that one. All right. Carly Booth. Okay. This outfit she's wearing, is that how they dress at a golf tournament? She's got on this little schoolgirl skirt. I'll put this link on this one so you guys can follow along with me. Why not, you know? Okay, and then we'll do the male golfers again, just to be fair. So, number 25, you gotta say, okay, she deserves to be on this list. Number 24, she's like super old. Number 23, she's golfs in that? She's fine. Number 22, she's fine, whatever. Number 21, I don't know. She's fine, whatever. Number 20, T.E. Dom. T.E. Dom face. Number 19, she just looks like a fit 45-year-old or something. Number 18, Kathleen Akey. I don't know. Whatever. Valerie Ochoa, number 17. She's not my type at all. Number 16, Demi Runas. Yeah. Number 17, Jessica Corda. You can't see enough of her face in this picture to say she's got these huge glasses and a hat on. Number 14, Nikki Garrett. She looks like she should work at a casino. What in the world is she wearing? That skirt could not be any shorter. It can't possibly be a pickup. She's in high heels too. Who plays golf in high heels? She's playing golf in a mini skirt and high heels. Number 13, Sharmila Nicolette. She's attractive. It's hard to see her face because it's half being covered by her hair. She's from French Indochina? Fantastic. Actually, it says Indo-French, but I like to think she's from French Indochina. She's actually from India. Number 12, Belen Mozo. Whatever, T.E. Dom. Number 11, Melissa Reed? No. Number 10, Sophie Horn. That is not a picture. She has a golf club in her hand. She's wearing fishnet stockings, like a bra and panties and an open man's button-down shirt. Why does she even have the golf club? But it's like either golf or be naked. Pick a lane. Number 9, Maria Verchinova. Yeah. Number 8, Lily Mooneyhe. Number 7, Lexi Thompson. Number 8, Michelle Wee. Hey! She made the list. She's looking good in that picture. Number 5, Beatrice Ricari Arances. She's cute. Number 4, Lucy Robson. Whatever. Sure. Number 3, Cheyenne Woods. No. Number 2, Blair O'Neill. No. Number 1, Paige Spiranick. No. No. By far the best one was number 1. The very first one they put, which supposedly is the least good of them. Carly Booth. That's the one who should win. Okay, now, hottest male golfers. Okay. Number 1, they start right off the bat with the number 1 sexiest one. They say it's Adam Scott. He does look good in that picture. Number 2, Jordan Spieth. Jordan Spieth is just whatever looking. Number 3, Rory McIlroy. He's attractive-ish in his Irish way. Number 4, Ricky Fowler. You gotta really like orange a lot. Number 5, Graham McDowell. Whatever. Number 6, Martin Kamer. Yeah, he's attractive. Number 7, Dustin Johnson. Meh. Number 8, Brooks Koepka. Yeah, he's handsome. He looks kind of like not so short and harmless version of Paul Rudd. Number 9, Henrik Stenson. He just looks like a regular guy. Number 10, Jamie Dornan. If you like beards, I guess. Number 11, Billy Horschel. It's not a good picture. You can't see him very well in that picture. Number 12, Niall Horan. I hope his middle initial is B. Niall B. Horan. He seems attractive. It's not a very big picture. Number 13, Justin Rose. He's just meh looking. Number 14, Justin Day is more attractive than Justin Rose. But number 15, Chris Wood. If you like somebody who looks kind of like a NASCAR driver, I guess, if that's your look you're into. But I think the winner of this is, I think they got it right, probably Adam Scott. But I might be more likely to give it up to Martin Keimer. He's got kind of a warm, safe face, whereas the slut in me wants Adam Scott because he looks like, he's like, bend over, woman, and here it comes. So, you know. Brooks Koepka, if you want a bit of that Paul Rudd vibe with your sexual partner, maybe go with Brooks Koepka. Yes, they're golfers. Here, I'll put the link. All right, let me undo that close out. I'll put the link to the one I was just at so you can look at it too. And see if you agree. I should have put the link before. Okay. WTF. Niall Horan was in the boy band One Direction and is now a golfer? we're playing Mary Fuck Kill. Okay, well, let's pick another sport then that we need to evaluate the hottest Miaz in. How about you guys want to do track and field? Hottest female track and field athletes and then male? What should Eric do? Right now we're looking at the hottest Miaz in Mia. We're doing both girls and then we're doing guys too. So let's do hottest female track and field athletes. Okay. I'll get you the link so that you can follow along and see if you agree with me or not. All right. Hottest cold people and coldest hot people. You can't really see fencers. Let me just pop this bad boy out here. We can do the old pop-out chat routine, as they call it. And then I think we can probably close this one. Correct? There. Okay. Hottest track and field athletes. This is a female. Number 25, Sneezy Roddick. Whatever. Number 24, Colleen Quigley. She looks a bit like a Quigley. She's fine, but whatever. I mean, you know, she's just normal. Number 23, Anna Claudia Lemos. I think they're just picking her because she wears shorts that go into her butt crack. Number 22, Daphne Shippers. Meh. Number 21, Nicoletta Kyriacopoulos. No, I can't share my screen because I'm streaming from the phone, but you can click the link and you can join me. You can follow along with the pictures. I would say no thank you to Nicoletta Kyriacopoulos, number 21. Number 20, Shantae McMillan, no thank you. Number 19, Emma Coburn, no thank you. I do like the fact that she runs the steeplechase, though. Number 18, Angelica Bengtsson. Okay, she's got a shot. She's from Sweden. She has zero boobs at all, but she is very attractive. Number 17, Nadine Broersen. Why would no? Number 16, Annika Newell. No, no. Number 15, Maria Andrzejczyk. No, thank you. Number 14, Queen Harrison. No. Number 13, Allison Felix. No. Number 12, Sandy Morris. No. Number 11, Jirina Putiknikova. I can't really see that great in that picture. She seems fine. Number 10, Michelle Janicki. She looks okay. She's kind of cute, but she also has, she's probably an Essie down. She's kind of an Essie down looking face. Number 9, Daria Klishina. She's pretty. At least they have a nice close-up of her face. You can see what she looks like. Number 8, Paraskababi Vula Papa Christou. She looks kind of like Tori Spelling. Number 7, Marina Beck Romanchuk. Nah. Number 6, Natasha Hastings. Nah. Number 5, Robin Bone. Nah. Number 4, Yvette Lalova. No. Number 3, Fatima Diami. No. Number 2, Sydney McLaughlin. No. Number 1, Ivana Dodik. No. The only one who should be really on this list is number 9, Daria Klishina, and number 10, Michelle Janicki. Those two are fine. Okay, now the rest of them, they shouldn't even be on that list. Now let's do hottest male track and field athletes. Okay, this one has the 10 hottest men of track and field from the Tokyo Olympics. Let's see who they are. Who are the hot men that I can see? Hot men for me to look at. Andre DeGrassi. This looks like whatever. Akani Simbine. He's attractive. He's got kind of a shiny face, though. Donovan Brazier is not attractive. You've got to be kidding me. Noah Lyles. Jacob Ingebrigtsen. Jacob Ingebrigtsen. Let me show you this link so that you guys can look at it too. I don't mean to deny you the important looking that you need to do with your own eyes. Here you go. Jacob, yeah. Omar McLeod. No. Randolph Ross. Whatever. Ryota Yamagata. He's attractive. Trayvon Brumell. He's attractive. Zarnell Hughes. No. Okay, so who wins on this one? It's going to be either Trayvon Brumell, Ryota Yamagata, one of those two. I'm going to give the competition, this particular race, the race to be most attractive to Eric. I think I'm going to give it to Trayvon Bromell. Trayvon Bromell. I'm your lady, Trayvon Bromell. So we should be fine now. We've done all of that. Okay, any other sport you guys want to do? Oh, I know how I could share my screen. I can share my screen very easily. I can just point the phone at it. Doy. How doy is that, huh? There. So that's the winner of my competition among track and field athletes. It was either him or him. It was between those two. But like, why would you even include this guy? Why would you even include this guy on the list? He's not very attractive. Like, this is a guy whose face is too shiny. That guy is fine, and it just looks like a normal guy, you know? Okay, so let's try another sport. Hottest women beach volleyball players. Then we'll do men. Because we got to be fair. Okay, I'll put both the links now. So here's the link for female volleyball players. And here's the link for the boys. All right, this time let's do the boys first. All right, I want everybody to pick your boyfriend from this list. All right, number 15. It doesn't have pictures next to them? Never mind this list. This list is dumb. Why would you include a hottest male beach volleyballs list without pictures of the volleyball players? That's so dumb. Let me see which one's going to work best. Okay, I think this one will work fine. Not this. This one's better. Okay, let's do this one. Copy. So here's our choices. I want everybody to pick your boyfriend from this list of hot male volleyball players. Number 10, Facundo Conti. He looks whatever. He just looks normal, fine looking, regular guy. Number 9, Yukai Ishikawa. Also, he's pretty attractive. Number 8, Mitchell Stahl. He just looks like a regular guy. Number 7, Tori DeFalco. Again, just looks like the guy you hired to shovel your driveway. Number 9, Bruno Rezende. I wonder if he always squints like that. Because if he opened his eyes a little bit more, I think he might be attractive. I don't like his taste in jackets, and I don't like his propensity for squinting, though. Number 5, Brendan Lee Sander. I mean, you just look like a regular dorky guy. Number 4, Jania Grebennikov. I mean, I guess he's cute in kind of a dorky way. Number 3, Ivan Zaitsev. No. Number 2, Aaron Joseph Russell. No. He's too much of a Eric-y looking guy. Number 1, Matt Anderson. Yeah, he seems attractive if you like kind of chilled ENTJ looking guy. I guess I might have to go for him, number 1. Or number 6, but I need to see him not squinting first. Maybe number 9. Maybe I'll go Japanese this time. I think I'm going to go Japanese. I'm going to go with number 9. I don't want to even have 5 seconds of conversation with this guy. This guy, I can just tell he's very goal-oriented. I do not want to talk to him. I'll just go out with the Japanese guy, I guess. All right. Now we have the 15 most beautiful female volleyball players. Really? No, thank you. There's nothing special there. Carrie Walsh James, which one is she? If I can't even tell which one's supposed to be the hot one, then no. Natalie Cook, no. Jordan Larson, I wish she had no sunglasses on so I could see her face better, but she does have 2 assets. Misty May Trainer, no. Looks like a TE Dom. Gabby Reese, no. Elsa Bacquazero McMillan. Again, looks too much like a TE Dom. 8, Marketa Slukova. 7, Sarah Galler. No. 6, Zara Dampney. She's cute. She's cute. Number 5, Anastasia Vecina. Number 4, Siri Bjorkasette. She's cute. Number 3, Maria Clara Salgado. Number 2, Alex Kleinman. Number 1, Marta Menegatti. How does this chick possibly even dream of winning over either this chick or this chick? This chick is definitely the winner. Zara Dampney. But I wouldn't smack you in the face if you picked Siri Bjorkasette. But if you picked Alex Kleinman, if you like that kind of Ice Queen look, I don't like it. But if you picked Marta Menegatti, what are you thinking? They put her at number 1? No. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. If I were gay, I'd be such an insanely picky man. Let's do the hottest women surfers, and then we'll do the hottest male surfers. Okay, we're going to pick. The scenario here is we're pretending just isekai to a new world, everything's the same, except you're single, and the law requires you to pick one of your girlfriend from this list, and then your boyfriend. Everyone in this new isekai world is legally required to have one girlfriend and one boyfriend. You've been told to pick from the list of the 20 hottest women surfers. I will share with you the link. You have to have one of each. Everybody does. All right, number one. They start at number one, but you know they don't have good decision making about these things. Geez, whatever. Number two, Anastasia Ashley. She's kind of quirky cute, I guess. Number three, Bethany Hamilton. No. Number four, Bree Kleintop. Okay. You can't go wrong with Bree Kleintop, probably. But I don't like the fact that she's got part of her face covered. She may very well have a TE down face if you turn her to the side. Carissa Moore. No offense to any TE doms. It's just, it makes you look like you have goals in mind. And I don't really like goals. I don't find goals very sexy. Number six. Just skip right over number five, because let's just skip right over number five. Number six. Like, you know, in this pic you can tell she's positioning herself to hide some lack of symmetry. Number seven, Coco Ho? No. Coco, oh no, Ho. 8, Laura Iniver. Okay, she's a contender. Number 9, Mally Emanuel? No. Number 10, Maya Gaberia? She's a possible contender. She's cute. Number 11, Quincy Davis? No. Number 12, Sage Erickson? No. Number 13, no. Number 14, Stephanie Gilmore. You can't hardly even see her in that picture. Number 15, Kalia Moniz. She just looks like a lady who works as a receptionist at the dentist office. Number 16, Alessa Quizone. She's cute. Number 17, Tia Blanco. She's cute. Number 18, Carolyn Marks, looks like a softball player. She's cute. Number 19, Chloe Chapman. She just looks like a lady who works at the gift shop at a national park. Number 20, Lakey Peterson. Meh. All right, so who is the pick? Who is the pick? I'm going to pick either number 10 or number 8. I'll go with number 8. I'm going to go with Laura Iniver, I think. All right, now I got to pick my surfer boyfriend in this strange isekai that we've found ourselves in. Hottest male surfers. Okay. Here's your list to choose from. I want everybody to pick your isekai girlfriend and boyfriend. Remember, the rules of this adventure are you've been isekai to a different world, and in that world, you are required by law to pick one girlfriend and one boyfriend. And they present you a list to pick from. And this is the list you have to pick your boyfriend from. He looks so caring. What's this guy's name? All right, he's not. That's not actually the list yet. There he is. Dane Reynolds. Dane Reynolds is very attractive. Dane Reynolds, you look at that guy, you see him, he can get any woman into bed. Number two, Tanner Gudauskis. He's attractive. Number three, Dane Ward. Yeah, he looks like kind of a Kager douchebag guy. I don't really want to get his filthy paws all over me. Warren Smith. I don't know about that one. Number five, Kelly Slater, circa 1993. He's attractive, I guess, but not really my type. Luke Steadman. Okay, number six, he's in the running. Luke Steadman. That fresh, bright smile that lights up a room. Number seven, Eric Geiselman. He just looks like, oh, why is that guy even on this list? Number eight, Ozzy Wright. He's fine. Number nine, Adrian Ace Butchin. He did not belong on this list. Number 10, Paul Fisher. Okay, well, I'm going to pick between number 7, Eric Geiselman, and number 1. I'm going with number 1. I'm taking Dane Reynolds. Wait, is that the same Dane Reynolds? No. Dane Ward, number 3. Yeah, I'm going with Dane Reynolds. Dane Reynolds is my isekai surfer boyfriend, and I forgot who I said my surfer girlfriend was. Okay. Do we have another sport we can do this with? Hottest male skiers. Hottest male skiers, then we'll do hottest female skiers. Okay. Well, I think we're all going to be surprised to learn that number 10 on this list, or 12 or whatever, here's your choice. Now in this isekai world, instead of having to date 2 surfers, you have to date 2 skiers. Number 12, shockingly, is Bobby Brown, but not the Bobby Brown you expect. He seems fine. He's not unattractive. Number 11, TJ Schiller. Looking at him in that picture makes me want to just smack him in the face. Now, after number 7, we got Alex Schloppy. Alex Schloppy. He is attractive, I guess. He's attractive. Number 9, Matthias Meyer. No, he's not attractive. He's a regular looking guy. Rory Bushfield. Those big glasses make it hard to see what he looks like. I don't trust that that's like a dating profile picture red flag. This guy, whatever. How are you supposed to tell if this guy's attractive based on this picture? He's got snow goggles, a snow hat, a chin cover. It's impossible to say. Jacob Wester. Why is he looking down like that? What is he trying to hide in his looks? Number 4, Matt Margetts. He just looks like a gap-toothed yokel. Jonathan Lillis. He just looks like a math teacher. Marcel Hirscher. He's attractive, I guess. Number 1, James Klugnet. No. This is going to be hard to pick my boyfriend from this group. I guess I'll take a stab at Jacob Wester. I'm kind of into this 70s mustache. I just wish I could see more of him. But another possibility is Alex Schloppy. Hard name to say. It's between Schloppy and Jacob Wester. I guess I'll go Schloppy because I can't see enough of Jacob Wester. Okay, now, hottest female. Skiers. Okay, 13 hottest female skiers. Let me share the link. Hopefully this shows a picture of them each. Does it? Yes, okay. Let me share the link now. Elsie Saugstad. She seems fine enough, I guess. Michelle Parker. Oh my God. If you're going to include that girl in this list, why in the world would you take that picture? She looks retarded in it. Angel Collinson. No. Jackie Paso. No. Ariana Tricomi. I need to see a little bit more of her than just that bit of face. Christina Lustenberger. Lustenberger? She's not very attractive. Jessica Diggins. That's the picture you give us of Jessica Diggins? Amy Ingerburton. Rick and Randall. No. Tatum Monode. No. Cassie Sharp. Okay, maybe. I don't like all the tattoos, though. Maddie Bauman. Kelly Sildaru. She's cute. She looks like Scarlett Johansson. I guess I'll go for this tattooy girl. Cassie Sharp. I guess I'll go with Cassie Sharp. You know, this Isekai world with the skiers, I'm least pleased with my choices of all the Isekai worlds so far. They don't have Greco-Roman wrestling for women, do they? We could do most attractive male basketball players, but we'll have to pick a different sport for the women. Because as far as I can tell, there are no attractive female basketball players. All right, well, let's just go with this one. Here's the link for those of you who want to play along at home. Our new ssuartscire world is a world of you have to date one male basketball player and one female softball player. Okay, so you're going to pick which one you pick. All right, so what do we got here? Gordon Hayward. Gordon Hayward, this looks fine. Number 9, Kevin Love. Kevin Love is whatever looking, you know. Number 8, Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's attractive. He's a little bit too shiny. Number 7, Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin is attractive. Number 6, Wayne Ellington. Wayne Ellington is quite handsome. Number 5, Damian Lillard. Number 4, Zach LaVine. Meh. Number 3, Ben Simmons. Doesn't have a picture. Number 2, Kelly Oubre Jr. Kelly's kind of attractive. Number 1, Devin Booker. No. I'll take Kelly Oubre Jr. or Blake Griffin, one of the two. I'll take one of those two. Now, hottest softball players. So to supplement my relationship with Blake Griffin, I will be additionally dating in this isekai one of these 10 lucky ladies. Okay. Number 10, Taylor Burser. You can't see her face enough. Number 9, Bailey Downing. Number 8, McKenna Clythermes. You can't see her face enough. Number 7, Odici Alexander. Number 6, Madison Roundtree. Why aren't they playing softball? They're all in like bikinis. Number 8, Hannah Hennessy. Number 9, Canna Davis. Number 4. Number 3, Elizabeth Mason. Number 2, Ariel Carlson. He looks okay-ish, I guess, but like, why does she have so much makeup on if she's going hiking? Number 1, Karina Rosario. I think I'll probably take number 1, actually, because the other possibilities, I can't even see her face, and same with her. So I'll take number 1. This one, Karina Rosario. But still, even with that, it's like, are you trying to hide something on your cheek with your shoulder, maybe? We don't know. Okay, Well, that was a fun game to play. I am very glad, however, that I am not in any kind of isekai world because I already have the only person I want to mate with, and that's my beloved angel, Rachel, who's very much the hottest girl on all those lists. Okay, if you had to date one of the Friends people, and you have to pretend that you're completely neutral bisexual, okay? You have to pretend that you're completely neutral bisexual. Which one of the Friends would you date? I think I'm going with Chandler. I think I'm going with Chandler. At least you know if you're dating Chandler, or Matthew Perry anyway, that you're gonna party. And that counts for a lot. And that's really saying something, which isn't saying much, and that says everything. Which friend would you date? Rachel, which friend would you date? You're probably listening to this, I would hope. Would you date Ross, Joey, Chandler, Phoebe, Jennifer Aniston, or Courtney Cox, Monica? In Friends Isekai with gunpoint required marriage or dating of a friend's character, which one do you date? Again, we have to presume now that we're all neutrally bisexual. So basically you have to ask yourself, like, which person would be the best partner for me, assuming they were the right gender? And you can't pick woodland cutlets. You can't pick any non-main Friends character. You can't pick Fun Tom, is that his name? The alcoholic that Monica starts dating, and then he stops drinking and she doesn't like him anymore because he's boring now. You can't pick Tom Selleck just because he dated Rachel on the show, I think, for a while. Or was it Monica? Who was Monica, maybe? Anyway, seems like in women's sports, maybe even more than men's sports, TE DOMs are the most successful, not SE DOMs. Everybody thinks of sports as being all this SE thing, but TE is how you achieve goals. And TE is perfectly structured to improving skills gradually over time in a sport. One of my favorite TE using women on TV is Chini from Naked and Afraid, who I think is an ISTJ. and she kills it, and like she's like one of the legends, you know, like she gets invited to the multi-person ones. What are you warning them about? Me? You aren't even looking my direction. I think the blue jays warn the squirrels like, hey, watch out, there's something over there. Well, what could possibly get the squirrels right now? Maybe there's a bear just around the corner. Oh, woodland friends, you love your cutlets so much. I'm so happy with Rachel in my life. You know, we were talking in bed last night about how we're finally getting an opportunity after a really long time of being together to not be proving how well we work together when coping with difficult things, but instead to enjoy how well we work together when we're just having fun or just enjoying ourselves, and we're not feeling all this weight of expectations and such, and and a general lack of ownership and the corresponding powerlessness that goes along with it, you know. But as I've kind of emerged from the fog of 2022, these last couple of weeks I've really been noticing how happy I am, how much fun Rachel and I have, how well suited we are for each other. When I made that statement last night, like, I'm in a polyamorous relationship. Rachel's married to both me and her phone. And then she looked at me like, why are you making jabby jokes? And I said, I had to reclaim my pants. And it's like, there's so much communication between us, so textually there, it's just fantastic. And and it's just so great to be with the person God intended you to be with. I really believe that's the case for me and Rachel. Rachel needed me and I needed Rachel. And we're perfect for each other. You know, when we have any kind of friction, it's like it's going to be over something like this registry where it's not even our fault at all. The registry just isn't working properly and it's causing Rachel stress. And then I'm trying to say, like, then just stop dealing with that because you're stressing out too much. And then, but really, it just needs to be fixed properly and dealt with properly. And it's not our fault at all that it's not working. It's working for some people and not for other people, you know. Anthropology, when Rachel called their customer service, was like, they're going to try to resolve it in 24, 48 hours, but then they say the registry's empty, but we've seen it multiple times. It's not empty, so we don't know what the hell's going on. Anyway, registry troubles caused a little bit of stress the last day or two, but Rachel was stressed for a stretch, and then she seemed to pull out of it like, you know what, I'm not going to stress about this so much anymore. But it was hitting her right in the polar. It's like she had done what she was supposed to do, and it still wasn't working, and then she was trying to figure out why it wasn't working, and that is hitting an INFJ right in the polar. So naturally, she's going to feel a little bit like, hi, this is hell. This is torturous hell. Thank you for the Tom Selleck clarification there. Okay, I am putting you on bad audio now, or worse audio anyway, because I'm going to plug in my phone for a little while. Yeah. Now I'm going to scroll up for a little while. Mrs. Mom would choose Ross. Chandler or Rachel, probably. I wouldn't date Ross. Ross is so neurotic. Martin? I don't see any Martin. Is there any list for alien chicks? I don't think so. Good morning, Rachel, my beautiful, wonderful darling. My perfect woman. It is, as always, a delight to know that you and I are both awake in the same house. Everyone's staying happily inside the boat. Yeah, Rachel and I are happy boatmates. I love you too, my darling. You're my very, 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 very special lady. Well, you're a very, 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 very special lady. Yes, you're a very, 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 very special lady. Cause I have checked all the documentation I can find and I've determined you're a very special kind of lady. Oh, yes, you are. That song applies to Delilah and Rachel and Capio, obviously, but I'll always link it most strongly in my mind with Lacey. That song was written for Lacey. When Delilah was a little girl, I'd put her on my knee. She liked this a lot. And the bunny goes bo bo ba chicka chip. And the bunny goes bo bo ba chicka chip. And the bunny goes bo 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 ba chicka chip. Again. And I bounce her up my knee, on my knee. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that again at the wedding. I'm gonna get Delilah to come, sit on my knee, and we're gonna play Bobo Chicka Joe. It'll be like one of those pictures that reenacts a childhood picture, but now they're grown up, except it'll be a video. I know she still remembers it now. I actually call her and double check that, but I'm 95% sure she remembers Bobo Chicka Joe. Yeah, she was an adorable little girl. She was an absolute delight to have as a daughter. Nowadays, she's more like, I'm doing stuff. Can you please just like call me once every 6 months, maybe? No, she's not like that. Just she and I just don't. We're very FI, so we don't call each other very often. Especially there's no reason to, you know. Like if there's something I need to talk to her about, that's one thing, but I should just call her periodically, just say hi. Every once in a while I do. Now I'm feeling like I want to do today. It's funny, it's like I don't miss her, but when I think about her or talk about her, I feel like crying. Just because. Just because I love her so much. Hey, New Groove. I fell into a little bit of an SI nostalgia trap there. I got my eyes sweating. I'm not crying, my eyes are sweating. I'm not crying, this is just liquid rage dripping from my eyes. Yeah, she's truly a delight. And she's such an ESTP, which is a great type. You know, ESTPs are great. We have so much in common, intentionally. You know, got the same 2, 3. We're both action types. I wonder if Delilah will ever get around to becoming a lesbian. I would like her to. I told her this from when she was little. I said I want you to be a lesbian because I figure. I guess my initial reasoning was if she was a lesbian, then her kid, if she had one, would have her last name Strauss. But I think I would like to have like April as a daughter-in-law. That'd be good. If Delilah would marry April. Last night we were talking about who wears the pants in a family a little bit. In all good relationships, neither party really wears the pants. Not in any real sense. Like I'm definitely the initiator of stuff around here. Like, let's go here, let's do Mia. But that's because we're both most comfortable in those roles. It's not because I wear the pants in the family, you know. And my mom and my dad, right? Neither of them wore the pants in the family. Even though my dad, it's hard to imagine him being intimidated by my mom, but um, my mom was an equal member of that couple in every sense of the word, even though my dad was such an ESTJ control freak. Not with my mom. You know, he knew how to have a good relationship with his wife. When I was little, he was more angry, but as I got older, um, their relationship was good, and they modeled a good relationship for me. I would imagine so, says Winston's mom. How do you feel about your wife naturally trying to take the lead? Oh, your ESTJ wife really wants to wear the pants? Well, I mean, the thing is, you just have to be consistent about enforcing your boundaries. And if she loves you, she'll learn FE workarounds to make sure that your needs are prioritized too. And the thing is, and Rachel and I are super careful with each other, so we rarely ever say a harsh word to one another. We're not one of those couples that likes to dig at each other or something like that, or likes to bicker at all. We don't bicker at all. But the thing is, we're both so intuitive that it feels to me like short exchanges between us convey a lot more information than the words that we say regularly. Um, and a lot of that information, I think, is information that Rachel picks up on more than me because it's like we never have to talk about anything twice. Yeah, her NI is her vein. When you deal with an ESTJ, you cannot get anywhere with NI arguments. You gotta hit TI arguments. You just require her to be fair. When she's behaving badly, say to her, "You're not being fair." The other thing that always works against ESTJs is, "But you said," and quote them. That will work for sure. So you can use SI and TI examples and quoting them, and fairness is a value to win arguments against ESTJs. You know what? Next time she gets angry in your group, I want you to say this to her. Listen, despite all your rage, you are still just a rat in a cage. Think about it. Eric, what do you think an ESTP lady wants from a man? Well, um, I guess it would depend on the ESTP lady, but I think what they want is an ISFJ man who will value their past, um, who will attend to their ignored SI stuff in ways that make the ESTP think you're the bee's knees. I validate you for sure. You make regular meals. You know, you get enough sleep. That helps me to be a little less jumpy in my doings. My daughter's dated nothing but introverts. And her current ISTJ introvert, I think they get along fine and everything, but I don't think there's a lot of sparky chemistry there. They don't seem to see each other very often. It's nothing like me and Rachel's relationship. Like me and Rachel, we're rarely apart. Like right now, this is apart for us. She's upstairs listening to the stream and commenting in the chat, and I'm down here streaming it. So, like, we can't get we can't get enough of each other in the sense that there's not really anything that I want to do without including Rachel that's not a, a gnarly physical activity that I don't think she can handle. Like if I wanted to go hike up this thing over there, I'd say I'm gonna go by myself, or if you want to come with me, you have to stay down here at the bottom, but you probably don't want to come because this is gonna be too gnarly for you. You know, that's the exception. Is if the thing I want to do is too gnarly for Rachel, then I would go do it by myself or do it with Cameron or something. You know, I don't like to do a lot of super gnarly things. I am a a fast walker. Like I take long steps and I can cover a lot of distance quickly, and I can hike a good amount of distance quickly. And so I have to keep in mind when I'm with Rachel and doing those sort of things that she has a lot less capacity than I do. For one thing, she's 14 inches shorter than me, so obviously her stride's not as long. When I was walking to the butterfly festival we were back from, I don't remember which one it was, I was just walking along and then I just sort of assuming Rachel's right behind me because you have to walk like right next to the cars. You can't like walk side by side, you know. And then after I was walking for a while, I looked back and she was way behind me. And I realized I am walking too fast. Of course, Rachel slowed somewhat by the neuropathy in her feet, which is, you know, permanent or semi-permanent. It's like I think for both her for both her and me, um, the neuropathy gets a little worse, gets a little better, gets a little worse, gets a little better, depending on the day and stuff. But I still believe that overall, the damage is very slowly um, repairing itself, and the neuropathy is very slowly going away. There may be parts of us that it never goes away, including possibly Rachel's feet. So that's a horrible reality that links to bad decision making. Um, and that I can't help but feel like I get a little extra blame for all of that, at least, you know. Although Rachel's her own woman and makes her own decisions, uh, I guided her poorly there to the extent that she wanted any guidance. And it caused a serious permanent harm. It's like the biggest fuck up of my life. ESTP and ISTJ are contrary extinguishing partners. But yeah, it seems like they are fine together. It's just do you agree, Rachel, that there's like no electricity between them? Yeah. So, I think what Delilah has done, this is just a hypothesis, I've not talked to her about this, is I think she's said, okay, I don't like that from boyfriend one. I don't like that from boyfriend two. I don't like that from boyfriend three, etc. And her current boyfriend is guilty of none of those things. So that's why he's her boyfriend. But, you know, not being shitty in the specific ways that previous partners were shitty um, isn't enough to make that the right person for you. I'm confident that they're both good at having a relationship and being partners, but that because of distance, he lives all the way on the other side of LA, and apathy, I don't think either of them feels especially electrified by being in each other's company, obviously, or they spend more time together. Uh, just sort of is simmering down into not being a relationship anymore. But that's just again my speculation. She haven't really talked to me about this stuff very much. I asked her whether they're still going out, and she said sort of. I think she said yeah, sort of. You got some CBD gummies, huh? Well, enjoy your placebo effect. So today, Rachel needs to call the hair salon at 10 o'clock. Oh no, it's 10:45. I read somewhere in sociology that contrary types get along best when there are no other parties involved, but that's hard to maintain. Who's my contrary type? ISFP? That would make sense. Well, let's see. ESTP, ISTJ. No, ENTP, INTJ. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Get along best when there's nobody else. And it's just the INTJ and the ENTP, they work best together because they can utilize their respective complementary epistemologies. In other words, they got both kinds of T, both kinds of knowledge function, SINI. But the I guess the significant factor is that you've got all of the tools available to utilize as conscious functions and the same core values as what you have as absolute values. So if properly dir- directionalized and if both parties are on the same page about what they're trying to do together, the piece of work of some sort, then that's a potential incredible powerhouse. INTJ, ENTP could be an incredible powerhouse of efficacy slash like creativity slash insight, etc. But like Rachel says, Socionic says, it's hard to maintain that bubble and I guess that sort of like boxing training camp. You know how in boxing when they train a boxer, they go up to the someplace where there's nobody around and train them there. Right. Well, because if you're in a group setting, then you're no longer working directly with that other person towards a common goal. I think if INTJ and ENTP sit down together in a room and say, "Let's make some music. Let's record some music," um, there's a great potentiality for that to work out fantastically well. The ENTP will will want will favor the NI of the INTJ when it's least informed by TE and most informed by NI, you know. And the INTJ will facilitate the ENTP to effectively uh, get from point A to point B instead of just, you know, spinning around in the daisies, which is kind of an ENTP specialty. You know, they say jack of all trades, master of none, and I think that's not correct really for the ENTP, but it would probably be sort of correctly applied to me if instead of master of none, it said successful at none. Because I'm the master of certain various things that I do, for sure. But that doesn't mean that doing them masterfully makes me successful. I'm I'm very much the master of cognitive functions, but that doesn't make me successful. Most Eric, yes, I know all of those trees, and this branch right here looks perfect for our treehouse. I'm not tempted by other people at all, even the slightest. I'm locked in. And the more time Rachel and I spend together, it just continually solidifies and reinforces what we both already know, which is, wow, we sure are good together. This sure is easy and satisfying and rewarding as a relationship. This sure is unlike any other relationship either has ever been in before. That's what I feel about it. The longer I'm in it, the more I'm sold beyond all unselling. Rachel's a lot like this house. The longer I live in it, the more impressed I am with it. Except instead of in, regarding Rachel, you'd replace that with. Instead of it, you'd replace that with her. Otherwise, you don't have to replace anything. Well, you know, we've spent so much of our relationship fi-fying a lot of difficult circumstances and or times. And it is a valuable reality to know that you can cope with hard times well together, that you do cope with hard times well together. It's not a struggle. That stuff that causes other couples to fight doesn't cause you to fight. Um, uh, those are all good things to know. But if that's what your relationship is built around, then your circumstances are shitty. When your circumstances don't compel you to cope with shit all the time together, then you get to experience what it's like to actually be happy and have fun together and stuff. Yes, we are highly compatible, just like that old convertible is compatible with driving and wind. Mac Daddy, you are such a Dak Matty. Dak Matty is a good YouTube name. Don't you think so? Dak Matty. Dak Matty is even a good name for a band. We were enjoying listening to music on our way down to Oakhurst yesterday. Uh, we have Chappie. We don't get any cell reception mostly anywhere around here. So basically, anytime we're in the car, we have to listen to stuff that we've downloaded. So I've downloaded Chappie Tracks, which has all these songs that we've collected that are like top notch. But because we don't have any access to internet when we're driving, we hear that playlist too much. I try to add to it periodically and stuff, or take some things off of it, but I'm not that active at maintaining it. But anyway, Rachel was being the DJ yesterday and picking individual specific songs from it as we drove down to Oakhurst. And man, she just fucking killed it. All the songs she picked were just right. It's like, that's hard to get in a partner. She knew exactly which songs to pick for the whole drive down from Oakhurst. I wasn't disappointed by a single one of them. There's 120 or so tracks on that list. There's probably 60 of them. If she had picked, I would have been disappointed. And she didn't pick any of those. Where I would have been like, "Yeah, that's fine, but I wouldn't have chosen that one." That didn't happen one time. I would have chosen that one every time. Check it out now. Da dee dee dum po There come sarde dum bum bum. Such a good song, Dear Commissar. We listened to that. We listened to I Just Came to Say Hello. That's a good song. And then we listened to Why Didn't They Sleep at Night? What is that song called? Or maybe you played that in the morning before we left, actually. I like that song. It's by what's that band called? No, it's not by them. It's by this guy, this dorky guy and this girl. And it's about him like stalking her, basically. I spent thousands of hours wondering what I would ever find that made life more interesting than just staying alive. Oh, well, Vincent's mom, it sounds like you've contracted a case of penis envy. A lot of women your age, any age really, um, experience some symptoms of penis envy. It can manifest as grokking. It can manifest as spending hours of wondering what makes life worth living? The answer? Well, you need to have a penis. You don't. So that's why you have penis envy. And that's why I need to mansplain things to you. The problem is when life is too interesting to focus on the minutiae. Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Well, I think of questions about issues of life as linking to the core problem in life has always been not enough time to consider really what you want to do and how you want to do it. And this necessity to direct your acting energies towards other people's projects, namely like go to work or whatever, you know? Now that we exist in this protective bubble where we don't have all these external pressures and we get to live like we want to live, well, I, for one, have had such many decades of never being able to live how I actually want to live, always having to compromise, like almost everybody in the world does. It's not inherently a bad thing, but it's hard to know yourself until you're no longer defined by by those external motivators that compel you to compromise all the time. I think if you were to give me an infinite amount of time to just grow my procrastination. Right. Well, like right now, I feel like I'm doing something important. I'm talking out how life is now versus how it used to be, how I anticipate life becoming and changing more in this direction, that direction, how I haven't yet fallen into any regular routine, but I'm starting to with the live streaming. Uh, but then maintaining a regular routine on live streaming is a worthwhile thing to do. And yet it also represents just kind of a um, restarting of basic practices rather than directing my attention towards any particular project. And I have so many sensory style projects like disassemble and put away the snowblower, right? Which I did yesterday. That it, I don't really, on some level, feel like it's the right time to do a lot of creative stuff, but I want to communicate, externalize my thoughts anyway, so I end up live streaming. I took the gas out, right? No. I guess I probably should have. Well, okay, I might take it. Maybe I'll take it out again and start it up and just let it run until it runs out of gas. Maybe I'll do that. I need to start my generator again too because it's been sitting for too long now. You're not supposed to let it sit without running it for more than 30 days, but um, that's good, new group. I see that you've learned a lot about Winston's mom's condition, and I appreciate how considerate you're being about it, how gentle. Because some people are a little embarrassed when their penis envy flares up. That's when you get to say, hey, I'm sorry you just got a hole, but that's just your lot in life as a woman. Look at me. I have all this stuff out, just dangling right out from the front of me. Not you. That's why you're jealous. Meanwhile, I do have a hole. It's in the back. So you have a redundant hole. I have two different things. Which is better? You have two of the same thing. I have one of one thing and one of the other thing. And then the woman will fall to her knees sobbing, "Stop, you're making my penis unbearable." So that's how it's always played out for me anyway. I'm really enamored right now of my plan to go to the supermarket and approach a woman in the tampon aisle and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, I'm sorry, but you're not choosing a good kind of tampon. Let me mansplain to you why this tampon is the better tampon for a woman like you." And just see what happens. I probably will never do it, but I like the idea a lot. It seems like the sort of thing that could go viral. There's this video of this skinny guy who goes to like bodybuilding competitions and walks around and like purposely bumps into people who are like way buffer than him. This would kind of be the equivalent thing. First, I'd mansplain to the woman about which tampon to use, and then I'd say, "Now let's take a look at the douche aisle, because just from looking at you, I can tell you're not so fresh down there." I just explained I was a good Samaritan. I was trying to help her make a better choice about tampon purchasing because she doesn't get it. You need the wings. She was trying to get regular always. I had to stop her and say, "No, why are you forsaking the wings?" How else are you going to fly when you're having your period? You got cramps, you're moody. You don't want to walk places. You need always with wings, plus a couple of Red Bulls. You'll be fine. Hang in there, tiger, and then you slap her on the ass. What the fuck? Or actually, you know what would be even better? Is if a man and a woman are both standing, if like the husband standing next to the wife, and you approach the man, you go, "Excuse me, sir, are you seriously letting your wife buy that kind of tampon? Have you not explained to her that always with wings are always preferable and have wings?" But within earshot of her. So I'll be like, a man scolding another man about not keeping his wife in check enough about tampons. That's a good way to get myself punched in the face, probably. If somebody said that to me, I'd say, those tampons are for me, actually. She's the man in the family. And my flow gets pretty heavy, so that's why I'm getting always with wings. You make your wife stay away from the girthy tampons. It's a good idea, new group. Because, as far as you can tell, she's just using it to sop up her vaginal blood. But the girthier ones, she may be kind of using it like a dildo. And you've got to keep that shit in check. You'd be like, only under supervision. See, if you did it in a super gay voice, maybe you could get away with it. Girl, you are not going to go with that tampons, are you? That is absolutely the worst tampons. Don't you know? They kill baby seals to make those tampons. Then you can maybe get away with it. Honey, I'm sorry, I may be mansplaining, but I am gay mansplaining. Queer eye for the ladies' tampons. Then you can probably get away with it. Or if, like me, you've already been on the RuPaul's Drag Race, then you can get away with it. And the boys will protect you or endanger you, depending on the state. I live in California. What would be best if you're gonna do this prank of mansplaining about the tampons. It'd be best to go into the supermarket with one of those Stephen Hawking wheelchairs with the head kind of held like this with the thing, and then do it with the Stephen Hawking voice thing. You are choosing the wrong tampons. Excuse me, I didn't mean to alarm you. I'm merely here to mansplain. Then the woman would be like, can I really get mad at this guy? He's got Stephen Hawking's disease. Maybe I could attempt it as a fake deaf person. Excuse me, but I know I'm just a fake deaf person, but aren't you using the wrong tampon? Or I could go and do it with, I approach the woman holding Tiffany out, my little dog, put it next to where the woman's looking on the shelf, right? And have Tiffany say it to her. Excuse me, you're gonna tell back for your breakfast? You're gonna never buy a cartoon. How do hard? That tampon doesn't have any hot air balloons. I mean, maybe a safer way to do it as well. You can ideate plenty of ways to do things. Most of them involve papaya.
How many Adderall did you take today?
2.
Okay, I think I'll do that too.
Okay, they're right up there. They're right up there like Madison Square Garden, which isn't a Madison Square Garden at all. It's a circular stadium. Madison Circle Stadium, they should have called it instead.
Yeah. Madison Circle Stadium.
Anybody would be confused. If they were going to New York, they were trying to find Madison Square Garden, what are they going to be looking for? Something that's both a garden and square. What is Madison Square Garden neither of? A garden nor square. So let's take ourselves some weed outside. Let's take ourselves a bong. Let's take, again, this lighter too. It too should go along. Let's head now towards the doorway where I'll open up the door. I'll turn the knob to left, then right, and find out them outside approaching. Soon enough, we're there. Yes, we have left the house right now. We're outside of our chair. We'll put the camera here so you can look at woodland friends and put the bong upon the ledge where I can access it. I'll put the weed beside it too, and then I'll go inside to get a cup of cutlets for my woodland friends that hide. And lastly, will I need a thing that I do not have now? I must go into refrigerator and get a drink. Sorry, the end of the poem didn't really work that well. Okay. With your chirp and your chitter, your squawk and your peep, you woodland friends make me feel so deep. I'll pour you some cutlets out here on the wall, and you can then cut them, or peck them and paw, or use your little feet. You strange little bird, but eat, 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 eat. That is the word. Eric's Instant Poem Service. Instant metered verse poems on any subject, instantly. If only people prioritized convenience in having poems written the way they do in getting their food from McDonald's, why, I'd be rich. You're spending too long trying to come up with the right poem. Employ me, Eric's Instant Poem Service. But it's not a marketable skill. Nobody cares that you can make instant poems. That's why I need patronage like in the Middle Ages from a lord and a lady who give me a bag full of golden ducats to write them poems twice a day. O mighty king, your wisdom shines like glory from the sky. You have such mighty, mighty ways and lovely, lovely thighs. Your kingliness is most grand and also very fair. You're the ruler of this entire land, and your throne is that your chair. The king will be like, that's a great poem. And then we go to the king's wife. So glory is your beauty, wife of king that sits beside you, that none should look upon your visage, lest they be beguiled by you. And she goes, oh, that's such a wonderful poem. You just poem a flattery poem every day for each of them. And you get a whole bag of gold ducats. How bright are thine eyes, brighter than the sun. How red are thine lips, redder than blood. How beautiful is your beauty, more beautiful than something very attractive. That's how I used to write poems like that. Nowadays it's more like, sup? No. Ugh. Yeah. Yuck. People say that a lot too. Yuck. They're not explaining people. They do wacky and wild things. Sometimes they use sunflower seeds to push squirrels into a life of crime. Once a squirrel goes bad, there's not really any rehabilitating them. But they can't resist the siren call of woodland cutlets. Through regular feeding of them, I've gotten them addicted to woodland cutlets. Same principle applies with my sex life. I enticed Rachel into the bedroom with sunflower seeds. Is that the principle you want to work? No, I was joking about that interpretation, obviously. She doesn't even like sunflower seeds. She says they taste like death. I'll tell you what tastes like life. My man pole. Tastes like the progenitor. The grand progenitor. You mean like the cold vacuum of space? Yes. My dick tastes like the cold vacuum of space. It's kind of a metallic taste. But I think we all wish that it tasted like the awesome vacuum of my house. Because it's such an awesome vacuum, I bet it even tastes good. I sucked so hard last night. I sucked the living room carpet. I sucked that top of the ceiling fan right here that I mentioned in a previous stream that I couldn't get to with the vacuum. I got to it. I sucked the tile floors. I sucked the Lazy Susan, all of the ashes and little bits of weed and stuff. I vacuumed them all up. I sucked right here. I sucked up all the sunflower seeds right here. There were a bunch of them all over here. There's still now some again, but you know, these woodland friends, I've told them time and again, can you please deposit the empty shells in the trash cans? They're on the side. You have to take the lid off, but get several of your bird friends to help you, and I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Make sure you put the lid back on after you've thrown away the sunflower seed shell. They've ignored me completely. Speaking of ignoring me completely, I'm going to ignore you completely now while I go up the driveway to see if the trash has been picked up. I believe I heard the trash truck earlier. Okay, now you can rejoin me for the next part of our journey. So, we're going over here. This is where I put the trash cans. Well, I put them here. Now, you may or may not be able to see, but I have here a couple of boxes that I need to get cut up. And I happen to have with me at the moment my knife, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut them right now. This is the box that Cameron gave us 80 rolls of toilet paper in this box. And they're wrapped up like toilet papers that you see at a hotel. Remember, kids, always cut away from yourself. I'll put these packing materials into this trash can. And then I'll get this bad boy like so. But Eric, you said always cut away from yourself. Well, this is different. I knew I had space that it wasn't going to cut my legs. There. Now, I'm just going to put these pieces in this trash can like so. There. Okay. Now I'm going to go get the other trash can. These are the empty trash cans. The trash man took the trash away from. I like to put wheels to the back. Push these things down because they'll make it so it's harder to take the lid off. This one's full anyway, so it's fine. Now this one, put that down. Push it right there. And pull this little plant out like that. Now, here's another problem thing I have. This thing here. I can throw this away in here. Okay. Okay. I got this board here, which I don't really hate as a board, I guess. It's fine. I can put it right there. These ones, I just want to throw away. I think I'd keep this one. I'm going to throw this one on my right hand away. I don't know what I'm ever going to use those boards for, but those are kind of cool boards. Now this board is too squalid. So I'm going to break it in two like that. And then I'm going to put it in the trash can. There. Okay. I'm done with all my trash duties for the moment. I need to get rid of this thing too. But I want to unscrew it and then I can throw it pieces away. Or just put it up next to the trash as a whole thing. But obviously that's not going to fit in a trash can as is. So, we also have this big trash can, which never has anything in it because we're not allowed to take this kind of trash can up to the street. It's too big. That's the biggest trash cans we're allowed to take up to the street. So I just ended up never putting any trash in that trash can. I never did pull that bong rip, did I? I should do that now. I gotta be responsible. Okay. First step to pulling a bong rip, of course, is packing a bong rip. You do like that. Second step to pulling a bong rip is getting your torchy lighter. Third step is torching the bong rip and pulling it in. Now, because that wasn't ground up, it didn't pull very cleanly as like a single bong rip, you know. And this is why I've come around to Cameron's perspective on things. And now we almost always grind our weed before we pull bong rips with it. I used to be totally the opposite of Cameron about that. I'd be like, I don't grind it up. That just makes it get dry faster. Well, it does, but that's why you have to grind up a little bit at a time. Well, when you do grind up fresh weed, like a bud's worth of fresh weed or something for pull a couple of bowls with, it's you have to pack what looks to be a smaller bong rip because instead of taking up more room because you didn't grind it up, it takes up less room because it's all ground up. So the key thing is pull a smaller looking bong rip of ground up weed than you think you should. It's kind of like the firewood thing, where when you think you have enough firewood, get 5 times more firewood than that. Well, when you think you don't have a big enough bong rip, stop with ground up weed. It's big enough. Of course, you need to have your bowl somewhat clogged, or else the ground up weed will just get sucked right down into the water. So, but if you're a regular smoker, your bong already has plenty. We have 4 32-gallon or whatever they are, 36-gallon trash cans, and then we have one 44-gallon trash can that we're not allowed to. It's too big for the garbage man to pick up and put into the thing. They said so.
I'm gonna put the grinder in the dishwasher.
Okay. We're allowed 4 trash cans a week, but a lot of times we put out 3 trash cans and 1 big black like contractor's bag of cardboard, basically, or other packing materials, shit like that takes up a lot of room in trash cans. I gotta go to the bathroom. In fact, I think I'm going to call it a stream here because Rachel needs to go to see the hair salon in the town. And so we're going to drive to town here so she can go talk to them about her wedding hair. And I think she's currently thinking faux hawk, but her position on her hairdo may change before then. Rachel, you were talking faux hawk, right, for the wedding?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know. She may change her mind before then. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here. We love you all, and we think, you know what? You guys are the bee's knees. Goodbye, good luck, and I'll see you.